Hello everybody, hello Cameron, welcome in. I turn this down in my ears. We're doing game dev today. Unfortunately, I found out the task manager that I've been using is not free, and that I was on a trial. So when I logged in today, it was not letting me in. So I have good news, bad news. Good news is I was able to get in by kind of manipulating the HTML so that I can at least see the names of all of these tasks. But we're going to have to move it over to, we're going to use Jira, which has a free version. So the good news is we have something that we can do it in. Bad news is we're kind of going to have to take a bunch of time today to kind of reset up all of this that we had already set up. So, yuck. I am going to... So the other thing that I was working on is setting up version control, which was one of our first tasks up here. I'm actually making progress on that. I was kind of doing that before we started because it requires doing a bunch of like password manipulation stuff that I don't want to share on stream. But I was getting that done pretty well. We might actually be set up already. I added it to my GitHub, my personal GitHub, so that I have a version controlled area to keep track of what's going on. This is still kind of loud. What do you guys think? Is the background music too loud? I can turn it down. Oh my gosh, last night was crazy. It was just a crazy storm last night. Alright, so what we're going to do, we will come back to actual like game dev stuff. Think it's okay? Okay, that's good. So, here, task management setup, which is technically going to be this task, and then set up version control. Let's edit this. So what we're going to do is set up all the sprints like I have over here. And then we'll edit the information. So unfortunately, I'm not able to click into the tasks to get any notes that I had written on it. This is all I get. Which is incredibly annoying, but you don't have to redo everything. No, just this. Pretty much I have to reset up my task management system. I can't there's like no way to transfer. I just have to sit here and manually type in these new ones. I don't want this to be called Scrum 1 and Scrum 2, but I haven't figured it out. I'm gonna have to... There's gonna be a learning curve trying to figure out all the things that I can do here. Sprint 0. No, I don't want to close it. I want to edit it. This is project management admin. We'll figure out dates later. This is going to be dungeon room generation. I'm kind of leaning into this Restless Dungeon name. I kind of like it. Okay, so that's how I create sprints. Pathing, navigation, movement. Game save, persisting progress. Yeah, it's a little annoying. Art and other assets. Paddle mechanics. Create sprint. Item mechanics. UI mechanics. Intro and credits. Intro and credits. And then our backlog. Okay, so let's go back up to dungeon room generation. Make a task for each of these. So we got address room dictionary. What happened? I push. Address dictionary. Create. Hello, Ever. Thank you for the care package. I'm going to do a stretch. I'm going to do a sip. How's it going? Got a little bit of a munchie there as well. Okay. Well, thanks for popping in, and we'll catch you as we get you. Do that all later, I think. So I don't like them just labeling them with arbitrary numbers that I can't change. That's going. Just had a shadow for a new job. Nice. Which went decent. That's good. Currently eating breakfast. Awesome. Persistent libraries. See, the issue is like I can't go in and see the notes that I wrote on these. And since we moved everything into this, I removed it from our document. Actually, document history. I can actually back up to like here. Okay, so I can actually look at the document as it was back before I started deleting it. Okay. Alright, so at least we have some of our notes still. Still kind of annoying, but we can get there. Okay, persistent libraries. Create. I think I can just hit enter there. Room size, shape eval. Yeah. Door functionality. Object item generation. New floor generation. Floor change, transition, player location. Floor transition trigger. Yeah, it looks like they're just putting a label on it for each item that was added. I have to take a nap at some point today. I work overnight at my current job tonight. Gross. Treasure system. Run end process. Game store assets. I don't remember this. Oh, yeah. I do remember this. promo assets for game store and demos. Battle mechanics. Battle UI improvement. Damage numbers. Character death. Item mechanics. Backpack item manipulation. Oh, yeah. Nice. Item UI. Item pickup manipulation mechanics. UI mechanics, dialog boxes, and functionality. Map, Fog of War. Map doors closed. That's a bug, isn't it? Yeah. Map doors displayed closed. Okay. Map cursor location. Intro and credits. Intro video and story. And then credits. Now for backlog. Pause functionality investigation. Door plug investigation. Idea circle segment rooms. Bigger floors, unrendered rooms not visible. Don't know why you keep doing that. It's annoying. Okay. What are we working on for the game today? So, unfortunately, this task manager is not free. So I've got to move stuff over to a free version of task manager that I found. Then I was going to make sure that my version control is working. I don't know why that keeps snapping back, but set of version control. But this is probably going to be kind of what I'm working on for the time being. I might just ignore the dates for now. Okay, let's see what else is done. / in progress. Dialog boxes of functionality. UI. Unfortunately, these have kind of gone back to in progress instead of being done. I think that's all that I'm gonna get out of here. I do still need to get some more information out of here, I think. I think I can get rid of all of this. Oh, I've already gotten rid of all of it. Again, I don't need to delete them. I've already deleted them. I want to take all of this. Or did I move that? I did move that. I think I moved that to its own page. Okay, I should be able to go back to current. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. This is just the regular document now. All right. Oh, gosh. Next thing I should do is go through all of these and add a description. Now it's just going to be off my head because I don't necessarily have whatever description I put in the other one. So like this one, Rune Dictionary uses object in the scene to populate a dictionary rooms currently required because the rooms need to be loaded for them to have metadata, and I use the metadata to choose which room to create, which is kind of bad. Save. Persistent libraries. Move all libraries items objects enemies etc etc etc. Move all libraries, items, objects, enemies to the persistent data. Which can be used to load random and keep track of current seed. What effort would be required to have rooms of different shapes and sizes? You're being bullied? Or are they not giving you your Pokemon? Targeted. I tell ya, I'm being targeted. Door functionality. Adding keys and doors for added puzzles requirements through the dungeon. Rooms populated. Finish breakfast, off to run errands. Be back soon. Cool. Alright, good luck. No, the cat? The cat is bullying you? So I wrote the bug for that. Idle movement mechanics. One left alone. Party wanders through the room and can character bank for found characters. Having a party limit is important. Implementing some sort of bank or inventory of adventurers to be So, the one thing that I'm trying to come up with is, as you go through the dungeon, it becomes harder. So the adventures that you have to be a little bit better. Maybe it's just... My issue is if we have this bank where you can start the game with a better adventurer... There's no real downside. You just take the best adventures through. I'll just add that here. Downside to which is something that I'll have to figure out. Treasure system. Implement some sort of cash/currency reward and shops or ways of spending the cash. End run process. Anything that needs to occur before ending the run, such as banking, treasure, or characters, achievements, rewards, hidden objectives, or collectibles, anything for the end. Alright, we got ads coming up. So I will be right back. We're gonna do actually, let's see here. She's not in heat anymore, so her cuddly and loving demeanor is on vacation. Now she has this trap. She rolls around and brushes up against me, then hisses and tries to claw at me. Yeah, understandable. Alright. We're gonna do a quick ad break, and then I'm going to continue here. We just need to put down some descriptions of everything here, so later on when I work on them and it's not fresh in my mind, I'll have a little bit of a teaser to remember what I was thinking when I was doing this. But we'll run that ad, and actually it looks like the ad's just running. I'll see you guys in just a minute. Okay, looks like we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Alright, we just did run end process. Promo assets. Everything I need for demoing, showing off to other developers, to actually write it's funny, I'm just stream of thoughting here, showing off to other developers, uploading to game stores. I heard that Steam actually changed how their game stores, like how new games are like presented. It used to be based on time, like when games are coming out, but now it seems to be some sort of subscription based on, I think, number of likes or wish lists or something like that, as opposed to just any game that comes out as long as it has enough wish lists, which is a bummer. Uploading to a game store. Any other promotional materials. Just thinking about like titles, splash cards, you know, anything that we would use, maybe even like stickers, keychains, things that you can hand out, things that you can leave places and whatnot like that. Value-added improvement, damage numbers. When a hit lands. Numbers that indicate damage. Fly out. I was thinking the numbers have physics kind of like a coin, kind of like a sonic ring. Getting knocked out. Because I think that'd be cool if like you take a hit and like the amount of damage you take is like discarded off of you. I'll certainly be promoting it when I get the cafe open. I appreciate that. So like when I was taking class, like I took classes and I actually designed a game, and we had to go through the whole, not only just having peers review it, but also we had to showcase it in a, you know, the whole class opened up like a gallery type thing, and people came in and played different games. And my team did a game called Blades of Time, which the whole idea was like it was a platformer, and you could use different swords that you picked up to get different abilities that let you rewind time to move platforms back to where they need to be. It's actually really funny because a lot of the mechanics were sort of something that you'd see in like Breath of the Wild with the time and the stasis type things. But it was a 2D platformer that we worked on throughout the semester. And we made promotional like business cards. So on one side was like a splat, like the title with our character, and the other side was like links to the game and whatnot. So and I think that's one of the games that I have on my itch.io. I think I uploaded it there. The only drawback is like what you get off of the itch.io is not the like the game files. It's just the executable for the game, so I can't just download it. I don't know where the actual game files are anymore, so I don't know whether or not I can even it was in Unity. Maybe I go through my Unity folder and see if I can find some link to it. But I'd have to find wherever the files are. I have a lot of my old files just kind of sitting in folders and whatnot, but it's buried. I just gotta find it. Character death. All actions that are needed when character dies, including removing their excuse me, their items, including moving whatever can be saved from their character, from their character, moving character from the party. And any other cleanup. Sprites. Animations. I'm not sure if these are gonna be, because these might be entire sprints on their own. I don't know. Backpack item manipulation. Equipping, unequipping items to characters. Item drag and drop system. Item needs to follow cursor. Okay. Item UI. Info cards and item descriptions and term glossary links / tool tips. So when I'm building this, you'll see that I'm making buttons really big. The point to that is if I'm trying to look at this game as a potential game to be put on a bunch of different platforms, like even like mobile. And with mobile, in my opinion, I think games like this need bigger buttons so that when you're hitting them, it's easier to tell which button you're pushing. And I want things to be just one click so that someone can just tap on the screen or tap on the button, or, you know, so that it's not requiring controls or additional buttons or, you know, additional clicks places, so that it's easier to port to mobile. Item pickup manipulation mechanics. Overworld pickup new items, or dropping items from backpack to the player's location with the ability to pick it up again. Okay. Dollar boxes functionality. System for displaying text. Needs to be universally accessible to allow any object, NPC, or game events to access the game events to access the system. Did I have excuse me. I don't think I wrote it down here, but implement a blackout/fog of rooms not visited. This could be the base functionality or a harder difficulty, or status debuff type effect. Map doors displayed closed. Yes. And drawing the map rooms, I grab each room and manipulate the scale and add copy to the map. However, that means the rooms don't do the door check. Map cursor location. Need a opening sequence. Title card. And short game loop of some sort to play when idled on the menu. Okay. Credits. Sequence to run credits. Background. Music, font, etc. Something I was saying up here. Don't remember. Art, other assets, potential for custom font and symbols. So I've actually liked certain things that I've seen recently. I think it was Vampire Crawlers. They have like little symbols that appear in the text, which are, you know, it has to be, hey, Cryptic, welcome in. Good to see you. But they have little symbols as part of the font. And I really like that. So, and it might be a way to shortcut some text in certain places. Thank you for that shout out, Cameron. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here, Cryptic. It's good to see you. So, I set up this task system. I pretty much took my document and put all of it into tasks. But the task system that I had set up was, it turns out I was on a free trial, which I didn't realize, and I went in there today and it was like, oh, hey, you don't have access to this anymore. And so I'm kind of doing my best to go through and re-put everything in here. So this is the drawback, is I had this in there and I don't know what I was trying to look at. Pause functionality investigation. Not helping me remember. Paused functionality investigation. And this is why we do this, so that later on down the road when I'm like, why is this here? I have some idea what was going through my head at the time. Yeah, it's just a different way to keep track, and you know, I can say, hey, I've done this task, or like I can set it to like in progress or completed. I can like put dates on it. I can like if this was a team project, I can assign who's working on what. Like it's a task management, you know, software. But for me, it's mainly so that I can look at something and be like, oh, hey, I'm not going to guess what I'm working on today. I'm going to take this, I'm going to finish it, and I'm going to check it off. I still don't know what I was talking about here, though, because there were a few different pause things that I was working on recently. One of them was when to update the map. because I've added floors. So now I want ooh, I'm gonna have to. I did want to change that. Let me go back. Where would that be? Here. Wait, where am I? Oh, did you? No. Got rid of all of my done things. Why are you getting rid of my done things? I'm going to put you guys on BRB because I'm going to start rifling through some of my settings here to try and get back to this. Bring you guys back up. Wait, what? Yeah, that's what I expected. We're going to show you guys how to cheat the system here. I'm just going to delete the element. Now it's not there anymore. I don't think it'll let me scroll, will it? Are you loading? No. Anyways, so I put these 3 in there. I know I did. It looks like it's getting rid of any of my done items, which is really, really dumb. And I don't just want to add them back in and then set them to done and have them... These. What? So unfortunately I used my my own Google thing, so it's displaying my name all the time, which I'm not happy about. Use Trello. Yeah, Trello was one of my options. It looked to me like it had a different formatting than I wanted. But Trello was one of the ones that I was considering. Figured out why the check engine is later on. It seems to be a relatively straightforward replacement, but the part is money. Okay. Good to know. Care package. Take a sip here. We do a stretch. Stretch. Okay. I'm really annoyed because I don't want... I don't want my items that I set to done to just disappear. Can I go... Can I push this sprint up? No. Can I... No. I can start the sprint. That's fine. Done. There they are. So they're still here, they just kind of don't show up on... I guess this is the backlog, so it makes sense that doesn't show up. Not that it's something that can be done or put off for very long, but it should be cheaper than having someone else replace it. Okay. That's good. Good to know. Good to know. Don't want to update it. Okay, they're actually back here now that I've started the sprint. Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm cool with it. We'll leave it. Leave it. It's good. It's good. It's working. Okay. Next things first. Might take a nap. Cool. Sleeping is nice. I think we're good for this for now. I think we're gonna get into actually working on stuff. Let's continue. What was I working on last? I think I was working on door functionality. I'm not sure how much I care to work on it right now, though. I'm also kind of working on version control, but that requires a bunch of like password manipulation and stuff. I don't really want to do it on stream. I think... Oh, I wanted to add another one here. Floor selection on map screen. Map is written to the floor. Four rooms are currently drawn on the map, deleted and redrawn based on floor. I want to change that to a floor selector and the floor buttons, floor selector buttons. So I actually have floor selector buttons. So let's save this. I'm going to show you guys real quick. So let's minimize this. So if I actually go in and show you guys, make sure this pops up. There you go. Boop, boop, pause. In our map menu, we actually have these floor selector buttons that don't do anything. And what I kind of want to do is have floor 1 be here and have every time we go up a floor, it makes a new floor button. And then I can toggle back and forth between them. I don't know if I work on that right now. Is that what I want to work on? But yeah, I do have my thing here. I keep flashing my name on screen though. I might need to purge the records. Mostly finish your errands, so Nat feels deserved. That's good. Okay, so do I... let's go back here. Do I want to finish that to kind of close out my floor tasks? I want to work on one of these other things. Like I was working on the door functionality already before. Yeah, let's just work on the floor selector. Okay. I'm gonna turn those off for now. Something that I'm working on. I need HUD. Menu screen. Okay. We're gonna close these for now. Okay, I need... What script was that? That was controlling most of these. Floor manager. Create floor. Actually, don't need room array. I need... Where's my persistent data? Persistent data. Actually, I don't need to even set this at all. This is not something that I need. Let's go var number of floors. Type int. Maybe I just don't say what it is and then I don't have to. Oh yeah, I don't need this. Number of floors. We can do this. On ready. Var number of floors equals persistent data dot room array arrays dot size. So room array arrays will tell me how many arrays are in, and then I can also, like, it'll tell me how many floors I have, pretty much. Func process delta number of floors. Actually, I don't even need it here. What do you not like? Expected indented block. Oh, it's... What do you not like? Oh, it's this one. I'm like, what's... It's there, but I need something above it. Okay. So on a change, number of floors equals room array arrays dot size. Then I don't think this ever gets called. Trying to figure out where the map is populated. Because it looks like this function is never called. This here is where it's actually drawn, which is menu screen script. Where's the menu screen script? Is it this? Yeah. Maybe I just move all of it into menu screen. I wouldn't need this map at all. Okay, so I have a pause function that's gonna be called pretty much whenever anything pauses. Okay, So whenever pause is called, I'm going to get the number of floors. This is resetting the map. I'm going to get the number of floors. Map reset. Actually, maybe I just do it in map reset because it's getting cold. Number of floors equals persistent data. Okay. So now instead of just kind of redrawing, I need to create or do I? I think what I need to do, let me change this. This is a button. We're gonna do this. Duplicate this here. We're going to add a child node, which is just going to be a label. This is going to say 4. Okay. Really, ads again. All right. There we go. All right. We got ads coming in. Cryptic, really cool application you're making right now. Allows you to organize your desktop icons. That's pretty cool. Add some customizability. Comes with cool features like multi-launch. One click opens several applications. That's huge, especially for streaming. I was actually just looking at trying to get all of my streaming applications to open on startup. If that's something that you could also do, if you could add your application as a startup application, that would be pretty cool. One click open up several applications, lets you group up the icons and minimize them. I love that. So it's sort of like putting, so like on your phone when you put your icons into like a folder and it puts them all into like one icon size. That's actually huge. I'd be interested in checking that out for you if when you get to testing or whatever, you have a application you're making. Yeah. send some screenshots. Yeah, exactly, but it looks way better. Good, good, good. That's actually really cool. We're in ads. I'm gonna quick run, do a quick, whoops, it's 2 o'clock. Do a quick BRB, and yeah, my desktop's very messy too. But that's really cool. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Ditto appears. Okay, catch trouble. No, sad. Okay. Okay. So instead of this, okay, so these are gonna end up being pictures of like arrows as opposed to this. Why are you doing that? It's just because of the size of this. Okay. So now if I delete this, yeah, it should be in the middle. Okay. So the reason we're doing this is we can change the text of this label to be whatever floor it is. And then we can have these buttons change the floor, and clicking the button will trigger a function that'll rewrite what's in here. So back to the script. Map mover, map. I don't think I'm going to need anything in map, but we'll leave it here just in case. This doesn't change, so there's no reason to define it here and pause. Copy this, put it up here in variables. This already exists in variables. We already have map, so we don't need these. Okay, now we're gonna make sure we didn't mess anything up here. These buttons don't do anything yet. Oh, I did break something. I did break something. What did I change in here? This is just movements. Really didn't change anything. I see. Maybe that was it. Yeah. Okay. So that being said, we can come back here. We can come back here. Check if these I did set the player up here. Okay. I need to make sure that still functions. Because then I can get rid of these. Okay, on pause, it goes to map reset. Map reset. Back to that. Map reset. I want... I'll call that floor number. This is down floor button. Up floor button. Okay. Map menu. Floor number. Dot text equals floor space plus string. Persistent data dot current floor. Or is it not like... Oh. Oops. Oops. Try again. Floor 0. That is correct. Let's see if I go up to floor 1. It updates. Okay, so now I'm on floor 1. Pause. I'm on floor 1. I need to fix that too at some point. So map mover. Okay. So this sets the right floor. Let's go if Persistent data dot current floor is less than 1. Yeah. Hide. I want down floor button. So if I'm on the first floor, I can't go down. Elif persistent data dot current floor is greater than 0 and less than the size of the room array -1. Show else. So if it's less than, so if it's 0, we're going to hide and show that, just in case. Whoops. And then else, we're going to do this so that I don't have to keep writing that. Pretty much my philosophy with coding is if you're writing the same thing over and over again, you probably should make it a separate function or separate variable or something so you're not constantly doing that. Okay, so floor up button. Floor down button. Alright, now we see whether or not this functions the way I want it to. It yells at me. Okay, so the issue is when this is off, it doesn't see it. So instead of on ready, we're just going to do it right here. Get rid of on ready. What do you not like? Oh. That's why. Try again. Spelling matters, folks. Okay, we're on floor 0. So, no, I want that to be different. That is incorrect. So on floor 0, I need oh, you know what? Yeah, current floor. Yeah, it should be less than 1. If it's 0. Floor down. Oh, this is why. I'm silly. Okay. Actually, need another if statement here. This is wrong too. If persistent current floor is greater than 1 and okay. Persistent. If the current floor equals the size. So if we're on floor 0 and the size minus 1 is 0. Then we want to hide this. I want to check something real quick. So persistent data current floor equals let me think here. Because I feel like there's a better way to write this. I can use visible. Okay. So instead of using show hide, I can use visible. So I could do something like floor down button dot visible, floor down button dot visible equals so it would be No, I want it here. So if I do it this way, I can get rid of all of this. Oh, that's not right. I want it equal. I want it, floor down button is... Yeah, so floor down button is visible if current floor is greater than zero and no, floor down is just if it's greater than 0. Floor up is the trick. Floor up button visible. This is gonna be a longer one. How do I split these? Let's see here. Wrap in parentheses. Wrap it in parentheses. So floor up equals parentheses enter. Nope. So if the current floor is less than the highest floor, I think it's just that, right? Get rid of all this. save everything and give this a try. See if it yells at me. Okay, so 4-0, I have no buttons. So if I go up, floor 1, I have down 4. Good. So now if I go back down, I do have up button, but not down button. Beautiful. Okay. We have revealed the buttons correctly. Well, it's bedtime for you? Okay. I just woke up from being passed out. Yeah, I know what that's like. Thanks for being here, Cryptic. Good to see you. We'll have to sync up and I have a feeling that we're kind of like desynced time-wise, and so you're available at different times than I am. We'll have to communicate and try to figure out a way to sync up at least every so often. Whatever that increment might be. All right. We're gonna make this a separate. Do we make it a separate function? I don't think I'd ever use it for anything else. It all depends on the day. Yeah, that's fair. Shoot me a DM when you can. Absolutely. I will do that. Okay, so we've gotten the buttons to do something. Now we need functions that the buttons... for what the buttons do. Let's add in a parameter. The reason we're going to do a parameter is because when we pause, what we can do is we can pass it we can pass it the current floor, or I don't actually want floor reset, I just want floor of type int. Actually, I might have made this just super easy on myself. Where did this come from? Map.maprooms. Where did... Rooms on map. Oh, map mover. Okay, okay. So map has a script that has a variable called map rooms. All right. So all I have to do is go button down floor. Emitted when the button is toggled or pressed. This is on button down if action mode is action mode button press, and on button up otherwise. I don't think I use this number of floors variable, so let's change this to current map floor. Then we're going to use that. So when we pause it, we set the current map floor to whatever the current floor is, and then we map reset. However, on button down, we want to change this up. Wait, no, not number of floors. What? Current map floor. No, that's right. Is this even used? No. Current map floor minus equals current map floor. No, minus equals 1. And then map reset, passing to it current map floor. Okay, so what this will do is when I push the button, it's going to go back and run through this. So it'll move the floors up and down, and it'll actually redraw the map. So now let's go here. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to just do plus equals. Sometimes coding can just be easy. We're going to make sure so this is just making them different. I do not want it to be called if this condition isn't met, if their specific conditions aren't met. So up, so like if somebody, I don't want somebody to come in here and be like, hey, I've got a super fast presser that can press this a bunch of times and try to run this more times than before the button disappears. So every time that it hits it, I want current floor map to check whether or not there is another floor to switch to. So if I push up, I want current floor map to be less than the biggest floor. Then I can plus equals and reset. Same thing here. I want this to be greater than 0. So as long as this is greater than 0, it will remove 1 and reset. Alright, let's give it a try, see what happens. Let's go up a floor. Look at our map. Now we can look at this map. Boom, now we have the ability to flip back and forth between our maps. Just in time for another ad. That's actually really good. We're gonna run those ads and I'll take a quick, well, yeah, we'll run the ads. I won't go anywhere, but I'm not gonna do anything extra here. Once the ads are back, I'm going to complete that task in our task manager. I need to fix this too.
Discovery Houston, trim to ATO.
Just so it doesn't overlap.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Okay, so this blink path button only works on the first floor. Where did you go? I can look into that. Alright, welcome back from ads, everybody. So we are going to pull this back up. It's actually done. That actually was not too tricky. It did take a little bit of time, but it wasn't too tricky. It was kind of straightforward. Let's do this eval here. I think that's a good thing to think about here, especially early on, so we don't have to make a whole lot of changes. First things first, let's go code path. I want code path for floor management creation code path. So this creates the floor. I want room creation, room generator creation path. Go ahead and do numbers. Okay, so let's go room generator. This sets the current floor room gen. Create room function. Okay, so the room generator has a function called create room function. That takes in a vector2 position. That. That's not what I want. It's not what I want. This. I don't know why this happens. I don't remember why I added it in. I know it's there for a reason. Okay, so room generator creation path. takes in a vector 2 position. If current floor has no rooms when this is called, it calls it creates a four-way room. So you create, so this dictionary 1, instantiate dictionary 1 is the four-way. So this actually is probably going to be put into persistent data as well. Let me actually put that up here. I don't know why I don't... Oh, the reason I can't do this... I think I might have to nest this whole thing inside here. Because there's no reason to instantiate a room if it's already hit the max room count. So this right here is just kind of a fallback. I don't need pass here. This is just a fallback. Don't need pass, need return, I think. Because I don't want it to keep going if there's no room. But I think this whole thing goes into this Because if I want to try this and make sure it still works. It's probably going to change up my randomness. Because it is, beforehand it was still trying to call these rooms, but now it won't even get to trying to call these rooms, and therefore some rooms may not be generated. I want way down here. Else. Print max room count reached. Let me see if this actually runs. Oh, it looks like it did not change up my randomness. But I think this is just a better way to write this. Because there's no reason to even attempt making a room if I don't have a spot for the room. Okay, so let's go back here again. Checks to make sure max room count has not been reached. Current floor has no rooms. It calls, it creates a four-way room. Otherwise, it calls get valid room. Get valid random room. Get valid random room. I don't think I have to do it this way. This could just be else. Because either it's null or it's not null. There is no third choice. And there's no reason to have something else down here to return if it's not going to go through else. Okay, so room direction is required. Sure, room direction is has been set. Oh, you know what? Close this. Why was I coming back in here? I don't remember. Oh, I was trying to come over here to find these done ones. I did finish. I did set that to being done. So we have to have this being set. If it wasn't set, it yells at me. If it was set, it will iterate through so this here, this feels ugly. Might need to be adjusted. So what this does is it goes, hey, go get a random room. Does that room, get a random room, instantiate it. Does that room connect to the room that I'm currently sending? If it does, great. If it doesn't, throw it away and start again. And it just goes until it finds a good room. But I don't like that for randomness. Let's actually put that in here. Then it generates a room. If the room does not connect to the if the room does not connect to the room direction, throw the room out and try again. And just loop until you find a room. Loop until a valid room is generated. Now it works, but I feel like there is a case where it might just hit that random seed that just does not find a random room that fits the requirements in, you know, too long of a time. And then return the room. Going back to this, gets a valid room. Adds the room to the floor array. Check size of path. So it adds room to the room array for the floor. Checks the length of the floor path. If the floor path is not complete, adds the room to the floor path. So here, if the room is the first in the path, adds entrance stairs. If last in the path, adds exit stairs. Lastly, it adds the room to the scene. Okay. Debug scene was for another one of these functions at one point. which I don't think even exists anymore. Yeah, so we're going to remove this. So what were we working on? We were working on the shape eval. So the way we need to go to room gen ray to check if you can create the room. Yes. And this is where it gets kind of tricky, because if I have multiple rooms, my spawn point is very different. Because it depends on how the room gen. So the initial one's always going to be a 4-way room. Well, it might not always be a 4-way room, but anyways, we'll create a room immediately, and that will start it. That's RNG, baby. Worked for Blueprints. Yeah. So that's the thing, is like they probably are generating their rooms a little differently. The other thing is you can't really see through walls in Blueprints because it's 3D. So it's a little different. The whole where the garage ends up and that whole thing is kind of trippy. But the issue with mine is I can't just put rooms wherever and not worry about it, because it will potentially cause problems. But imagine like having a big room and then two or three smaller rooms that kind of loop around the room, and it just does not seem right. If you're able to see a top down of Blueprints, it'll probably look super weird. But what I was thinking, where's my paint? There's paint. Did I ever save that? I don't think I ever saved it. Did I not save it? That's kind of sad. Yeah, it doesn't look like I saved it. But like what I was saying was, if we have a door coming from one room, And I want to slap in even the most basic, hey, my room is twice, I guess 4 times as big. And I want to have that door go here. I have to calculate. So right now I've got a ray that goes from here to here, and this is where it's assuming I'm placing the next room. But if the actual point is here, I can't place this up here because then it cuts through everything. That's what the blueprint is for? Sure. However, if I have some way, and this is probably what Blueprints does, is when it's generating the room, it is connecting a door to a door. And then the actual spawn point doesn't matter. And then this room just has, if I just give this room all the points that it could have, it's like, hey, this room is taking up this coordinate, this coordinate, this coordinate, and this coordinate. I don't need the middle coordinate. All I need to know is this is being applied here, and these are the areas it is, and then I can give these their own rays if I wanted to. And then it would mesh with what I'm already doing, but the thing is I have to change how I spawn these rooms. Instead of using the rays, I have to use the doors, which means I'll need like a point on each of these. And then every room I make has to have a point on it that could theoretically attach to another door. I know there are certain types of rooms that have requirements, like it has to be the east or west wing or a corner, sure. But like, like the sizes and shapes of rooms don't matter. Like if you get, you can get the, what is it called? I haven't thought about this in a while. I don't want to call it bedrock. It's like the foundation, yeah. So you can get the foundation just about anywhere, and that room is massive. Yeah, it can only be drawn on the east wing edge, but it can be drawn anywhere up the house. But it's always the same distance from the corner of the house when you leave the garage. So it's, you know, the actual like physics of the house is weird. But like for my game, if I do something like this, even if I have like a cutoff section, this room would still have, hey, you can't place another room here. So we are reserving this chunk for this room. And so I could actually start putting in weirdly shaped rooms too. And it would still function properly if I could get this to work. Generally, you'll get it in the same spot, but yeah, you can draw it anywhere along the edge. So let's go back in here. So this is how the room generator does it. Now what we need is room gen ray. Calls the room generator to spawn the rooms So the other thing that I was kind of saying is, like, if I have a room like this, as it is, all of my rooms only have a 4 directions that they can go. So if I have this, it might just spawn like this, with the door in the middle, and this would be the size of half a room on either side, which means if there's another room here, so the dimensions start getting weird if I don't put it like door to door. So let's... Wait, what? Okay. So. This is about 4 o'clock. Give me 1 sec. I'm checking times and seeing what's going on. Okay, not too worried about time at the moment. On ready. So what this is doing is it's setting the floor generator to the floor that the floor manager creates for this floor. I know that says floor a lot, but that's how it works. Add to group room gen ray. So it adds itself to room gen ray. So it makes itself a room gen ray so I can grab all the room gen rays. I think I was doing that for a specific reason. So it sets a bunch of variables. So let's go here. We'll go on ready. Sets a bunch of variables and adds itself to group gen ray, which honestly I might not even need to do if I... So this adds itself to room gen ray, but if I come down to the actual object room gen ray, which I'm sure I have here somewhere, room objects, room gen ray. I don't think I need the quotes. Okay, so I am using it in Path Generator. Let me see if this still functions. Seems to still function. Okay. Room Ray. So it sets a bunch of variables. Don't need this anymore. Room direction equals get ray direction. So the other thing is this, like it says, it's only considering cardinal directions. Up, down, left, and right. If I ever want to change it to be like on an angle, this has to be changed. But the issue with spawning rooms on an angle is, well, no, it's just where the doors are connected. So I'm not actually rotating any rooms. But it would be kind of cool. Okay, so it gets the direction. So let's go back here. Gets the ray direction. Which is used to figure out what rooms are capable of spawning that would connect to that door. Then it calls check connected doors. Check connected doors. Calls check connected doors. Check connected doors. I wonder if I can learn coding. I'm sure you can. It does take patience, though. Different coding languages are easier than others. If you're looking into something like programming, I would look into Python. I think that's a good spot to start, and it's actually it's very popular. There's a lot of documentation for it, so if you want to look something up, you can find it pretty easily. And it's very readable. So if you just kind of read Python code, it'll make sense. For array room in persistent data, it mainly coding is just understanding how things stack and how the program reads through it. If you can get your mind around pretty much cascading things like this happens, then this happens. Once you get all the way through that, like indentation shows you, hey, this is going to include everything all the way down to, you know, this all the way down, because there's nothing that's on the same indentation. That kind of thing. Code is not for me. I tried, mostly failed, and dislike trying to fix problems that with no clear explanation of what's wrong. Yeah, that is the issue. The issue with coding is you do have to kind of go in depth trying to figure out why things aren't working. Okay, so calls connected doors. Connected doors checks each room on the current floor. If the current room, or if a room ray target is pretty much the spawn point. So connected rooms. Oh, thank you for the care package. We'll do a stretch. Thank you for the care package. So it loops through all rooms in the current floor and checks if the room, if the target of the target of the ray is the position of an existing room. Related plug. Okay. So checked connected doors. And that's another thing, is like understanding how functions, also called methods depending on what you're programming, are standalone pieces of code. So this particular code calls checked doors and it'll go through this, but other places, I'm not sure if I actually call it anywhere else. Doesn't look like I do. I might call it in, yeah, I call it down here in create room. So these are like little modules that you can set aside and have functions go and do the function of that. So if you're using something repeatedly, you can make it its own thing and set it aside as a standalone thing that other things can, other functions can go and use. And that saves you from taking all of this, copying and pasting it here as well as here. It's just it makes it so that it's reusable. And if I'm in a different method or a different object, I can call this object's, check connected doors method. I say, hey, do the thing. And it's standalone. It can just, it knows what it's doing. Sometimes it'll have a parameter in here. Nothing in here looks like has a parameter. Oh, this has a parameter. So like in the parentheses, it's this. If I call this method, I have to give it a true or false. That's what a Boolean is. True or false. If I don't, it's like, I don't know what you're trying to do because this requires an input. It's like trying to do addition, try to add two numbers and only giving it one number or not giving it any numbers. It's not going to add them together. So doing that, you can, call it from anywhere else, giving it the information it needs to do its job. That's algebra. I mean, algebra is functions. Addition is a function. Like, I mean, I can write you an addition function real quick. This is really cool. So, function addition passed to A, which is an integer, and B, which is an integer. Function return A plus B. And so anywhere else, I can say addition 7, 9. And when it comes back here, I can say like var sum equals, and then here I can go like print sum, and when it hits here, it's just gonna print 16. Every time it hits here, it's going to do the addition of 7 and 9 and print 16. Yeah. Sorry, give me one sec. I forgot that happens. You guys probably haven't seen much recently. So this is addition. You have a function addition takes in two integers, returns A plus B. So every time it gets to this point in the code, it's going to set the variable sum to the addition of these two parameters that I'm passing in. And just does it. All right, so connected doors. I need this to come back up now. Yeah, sorry about that, leaving that up. You guys probably have missed a few things while I was coding. Connected doors. So it checks the position. I can't believe it's already another ad time. It's crazy. Loops through, checks if the target of the ray is a position of the existing room. If it does, if there is a room there, it checks that room for a door facing pretty much the opposite direction. The opposite direction of the direction of this ray. So, if this ray is going left, it checks for a right door type thing. And we're already in ads. Sorry about that. We're gonna pause here. I don't really need to go anywhere though. I don't think tonight's happening. Actually, give me 1 sec. I am going to step away for a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, thank you so much for your patience. I know that was kind of a long break. I was discussing issues with my car. All right. So, there's room there. Check to see if there's a door facing the opposite direction of the direction of this ray. Sets a bunch of variables. And pretty much what it does is it opens the doors. It opens the doors that are connected to it. By setting them to enabled, disabled. And it does that for every single room on the floor. If there's a room there, checks the room for door facing. If there is a door facing correctly, opens the door, otherwise closes the door. And doors, big ol' air quotes, are walls. It's pretty much like, hey, this door does not lead into another room, so let's make this a wall. Music is very soothing and was organizing your Pokemon. Very nice. I actually need to go into my home, my Pokemon home on my Switch, and reorganize the boxes, because when I sent a bunch of stuff to home, it just naturally goes into the first box. And starting in the second box is like my living decks. And so I think my first box started overflowing, and so I'm gonna have to start going through my decks and my living decks and finding Pokemon that aren't in the right place. Unfortunately. Okay. Otherwise closes the door. Okay. Now, that's just what that is. That's what it does on ready. When create room is called, can create eval. Okay. So let's go back here. Right here. Enter. Actually, we need to tab. So on ready, it does these. On create room, you finish the ZA hyperspace desks? Yeah, I do too. I picked up Pocopia, I want to pick up Pocopia because I heard that they're making a new addition to it, and I think that would be super fun. But yeah, the hyperspace dex is not easy to get through because it's such a grind just to get enough events for the running into the legendaries that you have to do. I still have not found a Gimme Ghoul special scan, and I guess I don't need one because I got a Gimme Ghoul. But I need an extra one for a... Technically, I don't need one if I want a... unless I want a... a living deck, so I have both Gimme Ghoul and Golden Go. Alright, in create room, can create eval. So in can create checks if floor has max rooms. Checks if floor has max rooms. So this here, need to check this. So pretty much what this is trying to do is it's trying to narrow down to a very specific position, but that could be an issue in the future. need to check this and potentially remove for rooms of different sizes and shapes. Are you setting a room cap per floor? Like, floor 2 will have 5 rooms, but floor 5 will have 7 to 8 rooms? Yes, that's the plan. Yep. Which is why this is checking... this is not checking... It is. It's checking max room count. Okay. The only time that I check if the size is... the number of rooms is less than something is to make sure that it's less than the maximum. That way, so it's how I'm bounding the size of my dungeon, because otherwise it'll just go. Like, it'll just keep creating rooms. Global target X. So this is checking, like, if the position of the room is exactly on a grid of 640 by 640. Checks if the grid, if the target is exactly on the grid, which might be something that needs to be removed for different size / shape rooms. We're going to highlight that in green. Then we want to remove this. Then it checks if it can evaluate or it can create. Checks can create eval. Can create eval is another function down here. Can create eval. Checks each room in the floor. If there's a room at the location of the ray, it can't create, and then it returns whether or not. So it's pretty much a true false checker, but it loops through. So loops through all rooms on the floor and checks if there is a room at the ray target position. This also is problem for different room sizes and shapes. Okay. Let me go back. So that's the can create eval. So this check doors, I shouldn't run as many times as I can, but I needed to make sure that it's running every single time that a room is made or checking, because the room being made might see that there isn't a room there, but then later have a room be placed there, and so it needs to check again. So I have it check a bunch of different times. Okay, so that kind of is what we're looking at. So let's go over here and pull up a room. So we're going to pull up our basic four-way room and look at it. So if I jump back, you can kind of see these rays. Now these rays are picking out the middle point of the next room next to it. You know what I want to do? Let's go back to scripts. I need to get rid of these just generic numbers. So I want to see, so if I copy this, I'm going to that C V. So doing it this way, allows me to delete things and not actually lose what they used to be. A lot of IDEs that I work in, IDEs are the programming spaces environments, will have like a, hey, this was changed since your last save or whatever. And so I could just be like, hey, reverse the change. But this one doesn't, so I want to make sure that I don't lose whatever I had there. Okay. Okay, it seems that those actual so these are called magic numbers. If you just use a number in your coding instead of a variable, then if you ever want to change it, you have to go back to every single one of those numbers and change it. Whereas if I had said mod by and set a variable that's called like mod number, and then up here I changed mod number, I could just change whatever mod number is and it affects everywhere. So for example, in room generator, I have these numbers, so I can just come and change these, and I'm actually wanting to put them in persistent data. So there's like one golden standard for that number, and when you change it one places, everywhere else knows it. That way you don't have quote-unquote magic numbers. So these can get deleted. We know that it still functions without them. Okay. So now we're still using the room. So the issue here is we're using the room gen ray to decide whether or not we can put a room there. And what we're doing, let's go back into our paint. The ray is going to a point, and I am looping through all of my rooms and saying, is this room's starting point the exact same as this ray's starting point suggestion? And if it is, I can't put it there because there's already room there. However, with the bigger rooms like this, it has multiple starting points. So what I need is this ray to find this room without equating those points. So pretty much I need this room gen ray. Well, I need every room to have a series of points. And when I choose this room, I make a list of its points. And so it's not just 1 point, it could be like 3 or 4 points. And then it goes through this list, checking against this point. Does that work? Okay, so room script is path generator. Do I want it to be path generator? I mean, I guess it has to be. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll start an array of There will still be an issue, but we will figure that out when we get to it. No, that issue starts at the beginning. We're still gonna create a variable called room. We'll call it room occupancy points. And that is going to equal an empty array. So we're going to have an array of points that a room has. We're going to have a function called populate occupancy points. Start with pass so it doesn't scream at us. So what we want to do on ready, populate the room arrays, So this grabs all the room gen rays and puts them into an array. Then for each floor, get the floor that's the current floor, get the child, which is the current floor, and the current floor's room gen ray is the child's room generator node. Makes sense. Ah, right here. This is actually important. Right here. Because this room generator node is what's important. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it, though. Make a quick phone call? Okay, welcome back. Okay, so in here, this is grabs all floors. From that grabs rooms. Oh no, this is floor generation. This is something different. Can ignore that. This is just getting the object that I am going to be putting the rooms on the floor. So whenever I make the floor disappear, the rooms are all attached to that and therefore go away as well. We will give it a... Oops. Gets floor room gen object to use as a parent to place rooms on. Okay. Check to see if I'm constructing a path. So all this is doing is setting up the variables, I think. Oh, this is all path generator. This isn't really what I need to do. Because, like, room gen is what's creating everything. But I need the room itself to have a variable. So I need a script. So we're just going to have occupancy points. We're just going to throw it in here. Populate the array of different learn to spell array of different occupancy points. So we're just going to call this function So the issue is this script is going on every single room, so I can't just hard write what the occupancy points are. I actually have to go through actually this needs to be on the floor. The room itself needs to put its own occupancy points into a array on the floor. So the floor manager needs to have a var current floor. Yeah, that's accessible. Current floor equals child. So now down here, I can take current floor, which is the floor object, dot, and that way I can go to the floor manager, right? For creator. Each floor has a floor creator. Yeah, floor creator. I want occupancy points array. What type? Vector 2s. Yep. Equals an empty array. What do you not like? Can't assign a value if I'm exporting it. Right? Yes. Okay. Path generator. Start writing something? Yes. Okay. So current floor dot XP points array. Okay. So we're going to do for self dot occupancy points. Points in self dot occupancy points. Append point. We want to call it point and not points because it is a single point we need to know. Okay. Now we go to the top and we need an array. We need to export. Export? Oh. Yeah, we need to export. That way we can change it. Var of type vector 2. Okay. So on ready. This is incorrect. Because this is on room gen array. I don't need it on room gen array. I need it in path generator? Because each individual room is going to have their own points. Wait. It is in path generator. Okay. So when this is ready, it should call populate this. So now I need let's do this. Let's print point and let's print global position. Global position. Array of vector 2, not. Check this. Same here. Array vector 2. Okay, so now inside my template, zero, zero. Okay. So I want to save this. I'm gonna run it and see what happens. I should get a bunch of points here. Yeah. So they're all 0, 0. Point equals vector 2 global position plus position or point dot x dot x plus global position y plus point dot y. So this is combining the two. Let's just call this total points. And then I should have, then I can go var, then I can go print total point, and these two printed things should oh no, wait. They should be equal. So I should see something like 0, 0, whatever number, and then whatever number, and then 0, 0, whatever number, whatever number. Thank you for the care package. Take a sip here. Do a stretch. Thank you so much. All right, so that is what I wanted to see. Okay, so we'll close that. You might be hungry, you're not sure. Understandable. Okay, so now should be total point. However, here is what's important. I shouldn't need these anymore. I will actually check these. So now I want to make a new room. We're going to duplicate the four-way. We're going to call this 4x four-way room. Okay. Now, we're going to go in here. We'll make this bigger. Let's change some things. I want floors. Let's copy all the floors. And then we'll paste all the floors, but we're gonna make a move. So pretty much what we're trying to do here is design a bigger room. Okay. And we'll duplicate again. All right, that's ads. Already again. I'm gonna go till I think 6 or 7. So we're gonna take a quick break, and I'll see you guys in just a second. All right, ads are ending in about 10 seconds.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
All right. So pretty much we're just trying to make one more room that is bigger to test a few things here. Okay, so let's go boop, boop, boop. Let's duplicate those. Let's go this one. Move all of those down here. And we'll move all of these. Down here. Okay.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
So unfortunately, it would be smarter to use like a tiling system, which I may even look into. Because this seems like the wrong way to do it, especially for like future-proofing this. Just gonna move this over here for right now. Ooh, that causes some issues too. Let's make a note of that. Let's make a note of what I found out while doing this in our actual task. Okay. Room sizes. require a set of points that the room occupies, and the room gen ray needs to check all of those points when evaluating if the room can be generated. More details. Doors and door plug and check door. What is it called? Check door. Check connected doors. Will need to be changed to accommodate the new structure. If larger rooms have more than 4 basic doors. Okay. For now, we're just gonna move these doors to being in the middle where they normally would be. Okay. Looks right. Yeah. That's bottom. Oops. Okay. Okay, so the issue is the previous room was 5 by 5. So this other room is going to be 9 by 9 because it needs a middle point. Okay, so now take all of this, move it up to here. All of this. It there. All right. So now let's take this collision. This. Sure. That's a little bit of an issue, though. We're going to save everything. I want absolutely everything to shift. Pretty much 256. Actually, let's that's 0, 0. So now I need everything else except for that. I actually want that to be in the same spot. Because this transform should still be 0, 0. Alright, so this is going to be a little annoying, but we'll get it done. Ooh, the room gen rays are going to have to be moved. Room collider. Oh, that's the middle. Yeah, we can shift and get all those. This is going to stay where it's at. Okay. This is still 0, 0. Alright, so room gen rays are going to be the interesting ones. Okay. So right now, I guess I need a couple more things. Yeah, unfortunately, this probably would do better as a tile map, but even so, I would need to be doing most of this for the collisions. So unfortunately, these top walls are weird. Okay, we have a new room. Back to our doors. Okay, so this should go out 2. Come all the way in 2. And 2. This is also in by 2. Like that. So this is my nav mesh. This is how the point and click kind of knows how to get around. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. It's far too much, so this probably needs to go up to the corner here. All right. I am going to have to figure out just like that. All right, so now we have a bigger room. So what I want to do is I need to add it in. I need it added in as a thing that can be made. Room that can be generated. It's going to be our room dictionary. It was an integer. So this would be 15. And object. Save. Can I just... Can't just click and drag, can I? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. gonna try this and see what happens. I love that, right? Try it and see what happens. Yeah. So see how honestly, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's still really bad, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Why did that get moved? Oh, you know what? I don't think I don't think I selected it. Okay. Okay. So now, it's looking great. Yeah. It's not perfect. My thing is, why is it spawning here and not here? I'm gonna try something. So it's like spawning around this point. Like, it's interesting because it's spawning around a different point than I'm actually looking for. I want to not search the web. I want to search the code. Oh, you know what? Pushing the wrong button. Okay, so that doesn't exist anymore. So, what I need to do, my room gen ray, right here, so my thought is, in room generator, when I create the room, given the position, what I could do is I could say, given the position, because what I'm giving away is So I'm giving this spot as the room creation position. If I give this spot and on my other rooms, so like if I pulled this back and put it here, and my other rooms, when I'm going out, I check what the ray direction is, and then I offset the position by that much. It's a lot of extra work, but it would work. But each room would have its own offset from its normal position. So it gets valid room, and its position is gen position. So if I can create an offset here to determine the gen point, theoretically it could work. Let's try this. I'm going to try it with this one. Okay. So, if I'm putting it right in front of the door, and then in room generator, when it's creating the room, instead of position, it is so I'd have to do this. We'll go var right offset So we'll see how much 640 is. Let's see if that's correct. So right here, we'll do a match. Ray direction. Ray direction? Oh, because room generator doesn't know ray direction? All it's given is the point. Ray direction. So I would need to know where the room is coming from. So no, because I'd have room direction. Room creation direction. So I can go if room creation direction match room creation direction. Room creation direction. So these are going to be the directions. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, and the stretch. Okay. Okay, so right door, left door, top door, bottom door. So now I need to find where this is used, other than where I'm trying to use it here. Okay. So it needs to have that door. So if it is this way, I need to offset in that direction. So gen position equals See, I can't just do a number. I can't just do a number based on because each individual room has to make its own decisions on where it needs to be generated. If the rooms are different sizes. So the question is, how do I make something? How do I find a thing's position? Hmm. Oh. That's really smart. I didn't think about that. Okay, so someone made a post, and this is actually like really smart. So we don't put it here. We put it here. And the point of this doing it this way is instead of generating the position, you generate so I give it the gen position. And instead of this, Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. I love this. Okay. So we send the positions. So we got the position of the array, or the ray. Then what we do is we take that position, we get the position of our ray. I want to finish this. We're gonna go for another hour. I'm really sorry. I need to. Actually, it's already 6 o'clock. Are you guys okay with going a little longer, or are you guys getting kind of restless? Cause I can call it here. I'm just gonna have to make a bunch of notes. But I'm like right on the cusp right now. You good for another hour? What about you, Ever? You're just hungry? Okay. Ebrick just started. We'll pause here for a second. You've decided what you want for dinner? Okay, we'll pause here for just a second for the ad, and we'll get back to you guys, and we'll decide what we're doing right after the ad. All right, guys, welcome back. I'm actually really excited about this because this is going to be a game changer. This is actually going to fix everything now that I know how to do this. Okay, so we match the room direction. If it has a room direction. If it doesn't have a room direction, we're not going to do anything. If it has a room direction, and we have the right door, we need to get the rooms creation direction is right door. We need to get the room's right door, which means we're gonna have to rename these. Let's go here. Okay, so we're going to rename this to top door ray. Rename this to right door ray. Bottom door ray. Left door ray. Okay, so now what we need to do this is what we do. We are going to take I need a new child node. We're going to do node 2D. Actually, that's probably going to break things. So we're just going to copy and paste all of them like this. Copy. Paste. 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 And the reason we're doing this is we're going to need to iterate over and expect to have all of those, I guess. I just want save all. Save all scenes. Okay, so now we have all these. We are gonna have to remove every single one of the other. Oh, I was not done. Paste. 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 So I'm going to iterate over the room gen rays. And so I'm going to need to expect to see them. So we're going to that's an issue though. There is an issue. The issue right now is I'm checking to see if there is a room already there. And that requires me to check the position of the room. We're gonna figure it out, I think. We're just going to turn these rays off. This is becoming a little more complicated now that I'm thinking about it. Still doable, it's just kind of expanding. So I'm turning off all of the rays that are in that are longer. Okay. Save all the scenes. So now we have a bunch of rooms that know exactly where their doors are. So now I need to look at the script right here. So if we know the direction of the room, I can set my position I can get the room array. Get node so if it's right, it'd be right door array. Okay. And then we take gen position. So it gives me gen position. So it tells me where it wants me to spawn. Oh, plus equals. So I can take room dot global position plus equals. So it's going to start at 0, 0. Then we're going to take nope. It always does that. We wanna So gen position is going to be the position it gives me of the door of the room that it's coming from. And I want to subtract. I want global. Is that already global position? Yeah, it should already be global position. minus dot target dot global position. dot to global. Okay, so if we have room direction, we're going to have, say, existing door. Global equals existing door global equals actually, how is this? So I'm actually just calculating it where I could just call it, but it is getting global position. So this is global position. Now let's go back. Here. So the existing door is gen position because that's what it gives me. And then I'll have new room global, new door global. How do I get that? Okay. So if it's right door, it's going to be, let's create a new variable. We don't actually need any of these. That's wrong. It's not how we do it. The way to do it is take this, get door or get node right door array dot to global dot to global right, left, top, pop. So then, after I've done that, I go room.global position plus equals existing minus new. Global position plus equals existing minus new. Oh, I could just use the doors. But the doors are not always active, is the issue. Okay. So instead of using the ray cast, I can just use the doors. And since I have doors that are also use the doors or the door plugs. Either way, they should be correctly positioned. So the issue I'm running into, I was checking the location of this target, if I haven't placed it yet, is not necessarily where I want it to be. So instead of ray, we're gonna do plug. Because I know all of my rooms have the plugs as well, right? Yeah, they always have the plugs. How do the halls work? Yeah, they're still there. This is going really quickly and I haven't actually fixed anything. And this is actually recommending a different, easier way of doing it. Okay, so I'd have to restructure again. But it's saying that I should add something called a marker 2D. I'll call this connection bottom. I'm going to move it down here. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. Call this top. Right. Left. Top. Okay. So we have these markers. Okay, let's look at the script again. This is not the script. This is the script. I think this is trying to make me kind of change how the code is working right now, and it's kind of getting out of my hands. Gotta run? Okay, have a good one, Cameron. The issue is I've kind of tied this in knots, and so applying a simple fix is harder to do because the way I have things, they work. I think we're going to create a whole new function here just to kind of split this off. We're going to write what we want to do here, and then we're going to call it. All right. I might work on this a little more before the next time we stream, just as a heads up. But we're going to get out of here. I appreciate everybody sticking around and watching. I am really enjoying this, so we're going to stop the recording here. YouTube, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching the stream and keeping up with the game. Let's go ahead and go stream ending.